Oh god, at least I didn't screw that one up. Okay, good. I love it when OBS decides to freeze. Welcome to life. Anyways, so I did get her pulled. You know the irony, the cursed luck. Now, a lot of these games, I have the problem of, alright, when I say I have the devil's luck,
Going into a trance is
by
risky
that
for most
I
people. Too many
unironically mean
ideas.
I did get I okay, I know when I'm losing a 50-50. All right? Like I know when I'm about to lose that 50-50. The irony is, where do you think I lost the 50-50? On the weapon. Let's put it this way, New Villette's happy. And by the way, screw the build guide for her. The only thing correct on the build guide is her actual equipment loadout and being premium endgame. Alright? Let me inform you on that one. Goblet, helmet, and by the way, you might as well just stack another defense right on top. Whoever did the build guide for her on Game 8 didn't read the server data correct. And apparently, all her main weapons that they say she's supposed to be good at neglect one thing. They're all part of rerun banners that no one's done in 2 years. Or a year. Shorty's sword? Geordie's? Yeah. That's the top one? I mean, let me say this. The reason why I pulled the weapon for Durin is because Durin, well, first off, I was short swords. Alright? Unironically, I got both. Let's put it this way. New Villette's gonna be happy by the time I get him leveled. This weapon is probably the better weapon for her. If she's built around her elemental bursts, okay, she's an odd character. She's incredibly limited. She is. If I say anything, the 4 stars off this one are probably are worth it as well. Because Ilguina, if I can say his name correctly, is actually thought of as decent, but he has one, and what is it? It's also I know has an off the field. Her problem is not what people think. She's a good character, but she's in a shit up. Controversial take. Geo has been cursed for years. And I repeat this. Geo has been cursed. There was a period starting around when Liu was brought in that actually what's funny is this boss has been here a while. Um, the thing about Zibai is she's going to live up to the reputation. The question is, does her defense stack? Okay. Now, she has a cap. Now, does she have the same cap that... Now, first off, let me say too, if you've been around this game long enough and lived in Liu, as much as I have, it's a very easy thing. The problem with crystallization lineups is basically one of the same. Now, they really don't fuck up on Adepti characters. Just for the record. Adepti characters are really funny characters. Aesthetic-wise, look, Liu may not get any love anymore, except for a couple of characters once in a blue moon. I mean, Mondstadt's largely neglected for a while. Like, Mondstadt might get a character chunked at it. Now, I'm not saying it's because of the, well, Chinese influence. Adepti is at this point the only Adepti we get largely are 5-star. I mean, even Shinhi by nature is actually an Adepti. She's just a human Adepti. Sadly, we didn't get that in the Lantern Rite Festival, okay? Yes, thank you, MiHoYo. You missed your chance for more money if you really were going for that. But, God forbid we get 2 new Valette reruns the same year. But, she is largely based around her. She comes off a defense buff, which clearly and obvious is, reasons. But, the key is, but, she is tied to lunar reactions. But then you're going to say, they should be. Well, or whatever. You have Nefer, you have others. Okay, but hear me out. Lunar reactions and lunar vaporization. Again, she might serve the weird same purpose. Then again, she might follow the same curse that... See, her and Deha basically have the same problem. Both are incredibly good. Though, she is largely hybrid. See, of all Semaru, she scales off defense. I swear it's like a hybrid of defense and, if I remember correctly, it's defense. And it's been so long since I did her character, I actually forgot. I got really lucky, but I had the right build for her. So back in the day, arguably she's my favorite. She was built around basically defense. Now, granted, there's a better set for her, but let's be clear. She's built around HP and defense. Which sounds odd. You don't think about it. I mean, one day, should I look up another build for her and fix her, but one character at a time, maybe 2. You get bored. But she's a hybrid character. And I will largely say that's why Simru doesn't age well now. Usually the reason why we usually have stuff. Like, they mention her, right? Like, her sword. I do like her. But, again, she came around too. Last time she was around, it's the same thing. Though largely, see, Geo's in the week. Geo has cursed energy. Um, it's hard to describe why Geo has this because I don't think they've never known how to handle Geo. Geo at one point was fine. Dendro came along, kind of maybe supplanted it. God forbid if he ate Quantum. But then Dendro fell off because there were shielding lineups. And that's where the crystalization lineups originally came from, was shielding. But like, when do you think the last time you got a chance to pull her sword? You ain't pulling her sword. She hasn't been in the reruns for... Jesus. I couldn't even think it. They may have rerun her, but people don't ever think to pull her. Good. Characters. So, I was able to get her up levels. But then again, the gear that makes Zibai tick is because the other one to make Zibai tick, there's two sets. One is one is Night Unraveling. Night of Unraveling, which is a combination of trying to farm for a couple of others. At first, I actually thought they called her a spear person, and someone had it wrong, but look, she's elemental mastery. Okay, that's where that's where her power comes from. So she's not a high. She's still an EM. The thing is, she's an EM. Because the same thing, when you have to farm for this gear, the same place you get this gear is the same place you get Knights of Unraveling. Now, Husk of Opulent Dreams. Oddly enough, alright, two-piece is 30% down. 30%. Which, and then it goes up. Now, unironically, it's the same set that actually Chiori's the same. Yeah, of course she is. See, that's the same set you're supposed to use for Chiori. Yeah, so Chiori's used in the same. I only got one of her. It makes me really sad. I'll say I hate. See, he's the other one. Now, the problem with him is you could say he's one of a kind. In a way. He's also in this. He's really in the clusterfuck of basically teams. The problem is, usually they will. He's been the more talked about character, strangely enough. Strange. So. When you get into it, it's like. He functions like official. So. the problem with a lot. Like, in theory, that. Well, also probably another reason I'd never probably use her. By the way, I will never understand these characters. Okay? MiHoYo has this big issue, and I shall never, ever, ever understand this. Now, it's funny in HSR with the character, but she's not a midget. It's not the fact she's borderline lolicon. She's basically 4 feet tall and a dwarf and a child that wields a claymore. Sadly, half the claymores in the game are actually wielded by angry little short stacked goblinoid looking characters. But this is an aesthetics. Okay? Never liked it, never will. It's just me, myself. I will never understand. Someone at least make your characters look presentable. You know? Again, the angry short stacked goblins that wield swords, I shall never understand. There is a pandemic. At least they gave her a spear, for God's sakes. But, again, I think Nouvelette has taken... See, crystalization lineups also have him in it. Which, oddly enough, he does. Because what's weird is the same set you're supposed to use. And the thing is, it's not golden trip, right? You're supposed to use this, or you use this. So. But largely, when was the last time she was rerun? Actually, you can run both. You can run this. She scales on attack and defense, by the way. So she's also real easy to build for. Actually, when was the last time she was run? .1. And then they ran her right besides Xylon. Uh, Xylo. Talk about a cursed lot, to be honest with you. She last time got rerun right around when Xylo came out. Or Zillow, how you say it. Like, she basically scales. I was in the process of redoing her equipment at some point. See, like a goblet? Right. That's like a perfect goblet for her. The best, but it works. You know. Great. They turn her basically into Mono Geo. Like, no one knows how really to use her. but they'll use her nevertheless. Unironically. Very, very weird characters when you start to break into how she's supposed to be used. Again, she's a bi-stat character, which suffers the same fate as Deha too. Deha, I got lucky with gear. See, this gear is very, very common. So, the issue itself is it's not that her effect. You know, I wish people luck. It's like some of these are far, far, far better. But as I said, Geo is a very, very cursed. Can't this. See, you know, knock the basic bitch sets all day. You know, yes, they are not proper in-game material, just for the record. But they are sometimes the most easiest accessible. I will tell you how many times. That's the archetype sets, basically. But sadly, if you're using a cat set, largely made around Catalyst, so. And what's funny is they might be the worst ones to roll, but they actually fit. But what's funny is we always pull for Geo characters, yet we never use them. Like, his cursed fate was, for a very long time, crystalization. So she's what's funny is she's in the same light. He's in the same lineup as her. Just the same as he's in the same lineup for Zibai. The funny part is, he got relegated to... Everyone forgot about him. He's a shielder. And honestly, no one knows how to deal with him. He's had the cursed fate for nearly as well. He's everyone's favorite for a fan favorite, but no one knows how to use him. They all think of him as a support. He's either a support or a sub DPS. That's been the strange thing for almost years for him. He's either a support or a sub DPS. All because he provides shields. Now, he's in the same kind of lineups as Zibai. So much so, they don't even know what artifacts to use for his ass. To be honest, it's tenacity of the Millilith. But I don't know. There's also no bless, no oblige. So it's the same site used for the other. You know. The beauty of him is basically always been, as I said, there's these. They don't know how to use him. He's not exactly an EM. He's not exactly anything. Geo has a very cursed ass fate as far as 5 stars go, which is a tragedy of it. Geo got reduced to straight, I'm not saying jobber status, but pretty damned close. I hate that cube. I despise that cube with a passion. But you have to make that cube fun to fight. It's because drawn out boss fight for no damn apparent reason. See, at one point we criticized the game on the boss design for they didn't know how to design any enemies outside of cubes. Flash forward years later, they added bosses with stupid mechanics. But again, aesthetic-wise, she knocks it out of the park. But because of the nature she's lunar crystals, she's a pull. Like, likelihood you skip her, you're probably not even pulling. But the fact that she's actually lunar reactions, that's where her stuff comes from. Look, I wouldn't be lying if I said that it wasn't stupid. I should have farmed this today, but I have been busy. Then again, Movuika is basically bound by... That's why I like mobile better. Mobile is so much better. See, like, the beauty of her, believe it or not, she's a shielder. That's why her is a legacy. She's gonna live forever. She's... Beat this boss. I was never thrilled when I first discovered this boss. She takes too long. Or it takes too long. He or she, whatever it is. Look, don't give bosses invuls. But they don't get that. The invul windows on this thing are stupid. See, she scales off how much you put into her defense. So, if you use it, that's how she gains power. Zillow's a very similar build to Zibai outside, but she's Night Soul, but she's usable. I missed one. I missed one invul. It happens. Some things you get down to, like, you figure out bosses' movements. Again, if you miss one... It's hard to describe. That one has a very, very odd like set. Okay.
Rise with the sun, light of the blazing sun. Fulfill our path. Allow me.
See what's funny? You need the materials for this, but I don't think he drops Geo. Geo, you still have to go to cubes. Unironically.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge. Light it up. Light of the blazing sun. He's Papa. Get him. Letting brave names echo. Burn it down. Wrath from the sky.
So, usually, check is not the worst boss, it's just a boss with an invul window. When I mean invul windows,
Get to work. Light of the blazing sun.
look, characters have iframes. Monsters have iframes. You play enough of these games, you start to see it. Any game that's like this, they have really shitty iframes.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
See, technically, we should get, like... I mean, at some point, they should. But see, part of her thing is she also has shields. So, when you're talking shields, this is what makes the Curse of Geo so interesting. The Curse of actual Geo characters. So,
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the
now, her flowers are easy to get.
time to end them.
The irony is her flowers. Like, the thing is, every time they release a new Adepti character,
Burn it down.
you always have to go back to Liu. So,
Letting brave names echo.
Adepti characters are both hit or miss.
Suffer the
Hit and miss. You have to go back to Liu all the time. It's like every time they have a new Inazuma character, who the fuck thought you had to go collect the flowers off the coast of Inazuma? They're like weird pastel flowers.
pyroclastic surge. Rev the engines.
So, a lot of this, right? Her character build is going to be really easy. Like, to be honest, what? She's the only character you don't want defense. Now, curious if she...
Light of the blazing
I'm very curious, though. Is there a cap? So... Well, look, we really want to go greedy? You know what I say? Here's the irony. Go greedy. Sword. For instances. These 3 instances of... See, I'll be very honest. I want to use this with what we got. irony is this is supposed to be the sword for Farks when he comes out. But, I mean, it's hit or miss. I've gotten like 2 of them before. Though farming up sword mats is the easiest in the game, though. If you don't think about that one. Now, I mean, we'll have to see about the next banners, but in a way, this works for her better because, like, I like both, but technically, this works. It's good, but largely, you're using. You know what? I goes look up the cheat guides for her. Like that. Why do I do that? Uh, Strangely enough, her C1 is good. Actually, she's a really good character all the way to C2. See, she might have the issue. You might actually have to pull her to C2 eventually. See her at C2. She has all the recipes to be really good. See, her C1 is good. And you stop her at a C2. That's incredibly expensive and very hard to pull. It'd be like $600. That's if you're lucky. Very much like the case of she's good at C0, but she's optimal at C2. She's above optimal. It puts her in a class of her own. The only other character that's been like that is Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun, as an example, shines at C2. But anything beyond that, this is just glory. C2, it's the armor ignore. Materials, please. Now. Materials. So after. What's funny is she's a very weird hybrid character. Hmm. Strangely enough, 8, 12 is what I need. 12. So I need 12. See, one day I will get my characters. I will feel comfortable enough to go past 70. Alright, one day. Might be the day I don't play 10 games at once. unironically enough. Yeah, I didn't make that one for a while. Where would they be? What gem fragments is all I'm after? Oh, materials, you piece of shit. I know they exist. Wrong tab. Somewhere they're here. See, like an ice character? I'm good on ice characters. Strange enough right now. No, it's two ways to do it. Okay, I can convert them up. That's okay. My little android. I have 12 right now. I need 4 more. 60 to 70 is 8, so that is 12. 4, 8. 8 is 270 to 60. Take me to 12. Just means I gotta go live at the cube later this week. Let's see. That's 70 to 80. Now, see, this is 70 to 80, right? So 70 to 80. 80, 20. It will make it useful for dailies.
Burn it down! Wrath from the sky! Full throttle! Upheld the cap. Get to work! Let the mountain's veins boil! Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge!
Not gonna lie, Durin was more of the pull because I use elemental mastery characters. He's gonna be one of the best pyro.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky!
See, if I said you just kill this stuff outright, or you could do it. You can't kneecap him automatically.
Rev the engine! Try and stop me! Fulfill our pact! Billowing surge! Pyroclastic surge!
He has a particular window.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! Rev the engines! Wrath from the sky! Rise with the sun! Hear the echoes of the valley! Pyroclastic surge! Rev the end! Fulfill our pact! You two!
See, she works better in Night Soul teams, but that's where Vika basically shines more. Like, if there was a lineup that was unironically stupid from that era,
Get to work!
the era of basically Natlon, there was about 3 characters that survived there. Maybe 4. The Bond to Life person, you could say she was decent, but a Bond to Life is different. They were trying to say that, she was, no, the Wind. Like people like the Conquistador looking one. She arguably, I said, didn't age particularly well. Do one more for good measure.
Light of the blazing sun!
Save you, sorry.
Letting brave names echo! Yeah, get to work! Bring it!
It's been my main lineup for a little while. I have others. I've been in the process of redoing too many of them. Apparently, half my lineups all require work. 3 years. You think about the idea.
Wrath from the sky! Rev the engines! Hear the echoes of the valley!
So,
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me! Show no mercy! You two! Time to
oh,
end them!
yes.
Try and stop me! Light of the blazing sun! Full throttle!
I was playing Dune all weekend, so I should have farmed this boss a little bit more. The fact alone, yeah, so
Try and stop me! Ow, ow, ow! Get to work!
it's not immune to, like,
Letting brave
vaporize, but in a way, it could be better. Like, reaction teams kind of been our bread and butter for years. It's a basic mechanic. vibe. You know. I must say there was one issue with Liu character farming that if you never think about it, for all the characters you need stuff for in Liu. Yeah, this is where you come down here for this. It's actually funny. You know, that's actually a good one. It's funny. But what is that used on? It's not multiplayer. Cubes used for one of two things. Cubes have one purpose left. See, here's the funny thing about this. That's actually a good set. That is actually a good set for what it is. This. Excellent. But how many people know? Why the fuck do I have this place mined? Oh my god, you can tell when I had this place for years. So you can only have 300 bookmarks.
Had a plan on the porch just died again. I was watering it every day. I'm trying to overdo it this time.
Cubes serve one.
Billowing surge! Rest and rebuild! Pyroclastic surge! Show no mercy!
Harassment.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf! Let the mountain's veins boil!
Like, if they catch a whiff of you, they're highly aggressive. Okay? No. If anything, the game teaches you to bully hilly rolls for a very good reason. Because you think they would have intelligence not to fuck with you. Little do you know. So, geocubes. Cubes in general, okay? Cubes are still a... I don't like having to clear out trash, okay? This is getting old. This is adorable so often that you... So, usually cubes are the biggest source of gems. That's their claim to fame at this rate. Gems are spice of life, so to speak. They didn't.
Hear the echoes of the valley. Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky. Bring it.
So the key is secret. Yeah, I hate this one.
Fulfill our pact.
This thing almost encourages you to... Here's the thing. This thing almost encourages you, literally, to bring stuff to break it. I may have to switch to, like, 2 Geo characters. Let's make this easy. It's one area that the...
Burn it down. Try and stop me. Pyroclastic surge. Letting great names echo. Hold the line. Billowing surge. Light it up. Wrath from the sky. Full throttle.
You know the achievement for breaking all of those at once.
Rise with the sun.
I've gotten it before. I'm used to about a team.
Full throttle. Light of the blazing sun. Burn it down. Bring it.
All according to plan.
The mountain veins boil. Lolling, eat Papa, get him. Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky. Try and stop me. Allow me.
little rusty with it. That's what I said. This lineup's not good for speed clearing this. It's good for other things. Speed clearing that is a separate story. Boss mats are utterly useless. Basically. Good lineup, but not for this. It's not the clearance rate I like.
A walk would be nice.
Ugh.
All right, after you.
There's a way to do this, strangely enough.
Anytime, any place. Burn it down! Wrath from the sky! Rev the engines!
Quake!
Light it up! Pyroclastic surge!
Hear the echoes of the valley!
Rise! Order guide you! Quake!
Rise with the sun! Try and stop me! Light of the
You know, people usually forget. He is one of those characters that's
Try and stop me! Wrath from the sky!
This is order! Crumble! Quake!
Pyroclastic surge! Full throttle!
Crumble!
Let the mountains rain blood!
look, unconventionality.
Rise!
Geo forces you to do retarded things.
Wrath from the sky!
Not that it is, like speed clearing is key. Like I'm pretty sure it's a bug in this boss up.
Full throttle!
Hmm. Come on.
Burn it down!
Bring it!
Light of the blazing sun!
Rest and rebuild!
Try and
It likes to retreat to other pillars, which it will do.
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me!
Bring it. Here
See,
goes the
the
big
key is getting it to its pillars that it...
Allow me.
Like, sometimes it will appear at another pillar. So this is a horrible loss. Ugh. This used to be where we had to go for all Geo characters.
Rev the engines!
Quake! Rise!
Rest and rebuild.
See, the key is turning him into... See, it took me a little while to figure it out. A long time ago. Your ass. Okay, where'd you go?
Let's move out.
Quake!
I screwed up his elemental recharge.
Crumble!
The fun fact is, if you get him down to...
Many brave names echo.
Quake! This is order.
That was not intentional.
Light it up!
I was saving that.
Try and stop me! Light of the blazing sun! Try and stop me!
Crumble!
Full throttle! Full throttle! Breath from the sky!
Rise!
Rise with the sun! Rev the engines!
Crumble!
It doesn't have to be the prettiest of runs. Like, this material is used by nobody. Now, arguably, this material is used by absolutely nobody. I mean, Noel, but there's no reason to come back to cubes for a while.
Let the mountain's veins boil.
Pyroclastic surge!
Am I wrong?
Rise!
Really?
I will have order. Quake!
Burn it down!
Rest and rebuild.
Rise! Quake!
Rise with the sun!
I'm mistiming the pillars.
Light it up!
Hold the line.
Try and stop me! Light of the blazing sun! Rise with the sun. Try and stop me. Wrath from the sky.
Crumble.
Sometimes that does more damage, sometimes it doesn't.
Rise.
Burn it down. Rev the engines. Light of the blazing sun.
But then again, if you need crystals, you have to come do these.
Try and stop me.
Phone calls.
Quake. Order guide you.
I don't like this boss for the obvious reason. By the way, you ever want a good mobility device? He makes an excellent one.
Crumble.
Who needs gliding when you can make pillars? So,
Light it up.
fun fact, no one knows how to build Geo characters. At least in modern era, because, hell, when was the last time Geo was relevant? Alright. Now, the reason why I'm here is I need gems for Zibai. Cubes are the easiest. Look, the easiest way to do this is by a shit ton of AoEs. Look, this is a boss from the older section of the game. At least, thank God, it's not immune. So, yeah. I'm not overly blessed. It's like, you need water gems, you go straight to the hydro cube. You need amino gems, go straight to the fucking shitty amino one.
Quake.
Oh, by the way, the amino one,
This is order.
or wind, is immune to anything with wind. So get fucked. Same with thunder. Geo's the only one that Geo has this feature.
Letting brave dreams echo. Light of the blazing sun. Try and stop me.
I'm very rusty at this boss. I never come over here much.
Light up the blazing.
Not anymore, at least. This boss's materials are not used by anybody. Yeah, it's used by Noelle, right? Noelle's... Fucker?
Rev the engines.
Hmm. So the problem with this boss in general,
Sky.
it's kind of like of the cubes, it's not the worst. Like usually when you see one cube, you've seen them all.
Light it up.
Really.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Rise with the sun.
Crumble. This is order.
So, fun fact about... Well,
Try and stop me.
look.
Pyroclastic surge.
He's aged incredibly well. Which,
Quake.
two ways. He is not a support. He can be used as a support, but people forget that.
Burn it down.
He can be a sub-DPS. Now,
The engines.
there is a weird meta for him. He can be 100% DPS. Oddly enough. Now, I will say the issue, as I said, and I'll restate this again. If you ever have to farm anything for Liu characters, all Liu-based characters,
That must be uncomfortable. Let's take a break.
regardless of it,
Tie you off.
are basically you have to come here. So, like, the flowers you need for her, the reason I have a bunch of them, because outside of Inazuma, two favorite regions was this one. Parts of Inazuma are where I almost want to say fuck the chasm, but the chasm is special ed to itself. Parts of this area I don't care for. Like, I need to level up. What is it? God, I don't even know. Scaramouche, Wanderer, depending on what the hell you want to fucking call him. But all his fucking mushrooms are right here. See, you never want to come through here. They're very shitty to farm. See, if you have to farm materials for Nahida, you have to come down this way. Over here, so all the flowers are all kind of in this cluster here. Both Quay and Bizo. Bizo both use violet flowers, which are only on mountains in Liu. So, again, Liu, you come back to far more. Any Adepti-based character, yeah, I'll come back here. Oddly enough. So, like, everyone looks for the cluster of flowers, right? See these? Quincy Village, they're found here, they're found up north. Unironically, glazed lilies are very common. They're at least not hard to get, though. It shows you. Oh. Well, that's funny. There's a good way to farm them if you had to farm them. Another reason. You're an ass. No. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I can... No, there was a time we used to not have the, we used to not have the ability. You had to actually look up where all this shit was for the longest time. Leveling characters. I swear. Such a bitch. I started with the language, but you played this for 6 years. If you look into the cost to actually level a character, it's $1 million plus per character. We used to have almost to have 1.5 million or 2 million banked. Every other MiHoYo game is literally three. It's about 2.5 to 3 million. Because inherently, if you think everything base leveling is 800,000, right? That's base leveling. So, give or take. 12. You know, unironically, I had to come down here back for floaters. Need 6, right? Oh, just enough. So I was debating to stream this or stream Dune. Dune Chapter 3 popped up today. To get her base usable from my world, she needs to be 70. She doesn't function like an Adepti character. See, I dislike Nefer because Nefer does not play like a Catalyst character. It would seem hypocritical, right? Her movements entirely play. Skirk is an example, right? Skirk has a very floaty style. So does she. She has a very floaty. Nefer's problem is Nefer is supposed to be a Catalyst user, but she plays like a fucking melee with martial arts skills. I hate it. Stick to your archetype. You're a wizard. Okay? Sword users can have it. But here's the thing about Adepti. Adepti are weird. We're eventually going to get a bunch of... Every 1 year or so. Over every year, we'll get another Adepti. you know. There's an elegance to it. See, her movements are. But her combat style is very floaty.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
should I try this time? should I try this time?
Okay, sorry about that. People who need my attention early, and then I just go make coffee. Now, what do I need? Besides more Moira than about 1,000,000 Moira. It's really about 800,000 total. See, I hate having the lack of a resin reservoir.
Exploration.
Shit
and
like this
trials.
pisses me off. Okay.
Adventuring
Next.
is right up
I
my
need
alley.
20,000. Let's see. See? See, beautiful part. But Quay Quay is one of my favorite too, but Quay Quay also has this talent. You can see all the resources. It's kind of cool, actually. Yeah. Like, if you had to do this, I think there's like 13-ish. Like, a lot of times when you have to come through Liu. Liu and both Inazuma both have. I need to do the Lantern Rite Festival quest. You know. I'm just gonna say it's one of the ones. Fine. But see, if you ever need the materials, you have to come back to Liu. Some of those. He is not splatting on the ground. Okay? Which is extremely, extremely easy to do. By the way, I love the Adepti story. The Adepti stories are usually good. People very underappreciated. See, very easy. Fun fact. This is the crane. Yet that's not her real form. Little do people know. She appears like an old lady, but she isn't. Not only is she a crane, he is the very much an interesting character. See, I wanted her for one reason. See, technically, one of the most useless characters known to absolute man. In a way. Which sounds weird. She's actually good for what she does. By the way. She's kind of like... See, when you see her in the old lady form, this is her. Again, very interesting. Like, she's... See, she's actually kind of cool in a way. The problem with all wind characters is everything you need to use them against. She gets compared to like Venti, but you know. Don't let the height fool you. She's like a bayoneted giantess. See, like if you have to farm, they're all through here. See, this area, it's through here. And they're pretty easy to find, but as I said, they're all clustered between... They're all clustered between, like, here. Like, if you have to farm... see, they're not hard to farm. I mean, the map for them. Now, the problem is they're all through, like, be around here, I believe. Let me see. You friend my. See, like a lot of the areas you explore in Liu, they're all over this section of Liu. Basically. And usually not the places you think. And they're not horrible to farm. I mean, if you think about it. That's one thing, they're not very horrible to farm.
Leave me alone. Never mind. Let's go. I'm here.
Look, if you actually do get anyone besides, like, Quay is combat healing. So, uh-oh. Don't fuck that team up. Don't fuck that team up. No.
Is it time to go?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Usually you can find... You usually find... Because any of the resource farming characters, right? Very easy to find. But sometimes they don't tell you what they are. But yeah, those are like silk flowers. Clearly. See, unironically, she's actually a really good character, but not for the reasons of she's a combat healer. Her heals are based on attacks, so.
Please be mindful of your personal safety.
Like, if you had to farm stuff for Zibai, pretty easy. But glazed lilies are par for the course. Like, if you're anywhere in the U for the longest amount of time, you're always gonna have a bunch of them. It's good, pretty much. You're never gonna be without them. Very easy character to farm for. You just gotta go back, retrace back to this area. Oddly enough.
The spirit returns to...
That voice. I don't like that voice.
The whole world shares the bounty of the skies, the rain and clouds that... Mathematics is the...
I heard something.
Hark! The thunderous wrath of heaven!
That English VA.
Divine light, shield them!
That's an odd choice. By the way, that's a really odd choice for that voice. It's hard to describe in reality. See, like, there's 13 just in this area. So... It's, See, it's just look it up. You'll find it. It's a lot easier than fucking finding the gems. There's... God, what is it? They call them there's a material. We used to have to use it to level up all the U characters at one point. We had to used to use it. I know what it is. I see it. It's the other. See, this is how easy it is to level her up. Like, if you look for it, they're just all over Liu. Like, in Liu, they're all over it. Like, but they're all kind of clustered roughly in this area. In a way. You know. Also, the problem too is if you ever have to look up, you can look at them up or you can find them, but again, glaze lilies are very, very, very common. Well, I mean that. Like as I said, if you ever have to farm, just, you know, you find them. Pretty easy. There used to be a time lotuses were used for everything too. But it's not very easy to farm. Like here. Yeah, there's like one. Then there's like another cluster of them. So, the idea that I would do in a build, pieces of shit. See, I'm gonna need 6 more. You are a boy. That's tomorrow's problem, isn't it? Yeah, I knew I was off. I knew I was off. See, I can get her to 70. I just gotta get her to 70. You know what I need? So, see what I despise. Look, reputation system is very valuable, but the reputation system you'll often forget to do it during the week. Navigating Semaru. By the way, 5 jam jars should be more than 20,000. Put the record down. Like 2 jam jars? Yeah. See, jam's one of those things that gets used. Look, you should be able to do. You should be able to do 3 per region, and you should be not region locked. You should be able to do 3. Alright? It's not an impossibility. They screwed up this menu at some point. This shit used to be easier to find. Yes. Alright. This used to be so much better. Hmm. So you can kind of tell where I explore and I don't.
May the Dendro Archon bless us.
I kind of wanted this done. I didn't have to deal with it. 5 sugar. You know what? There used to be the time I used to have a shit ton of it. Now I don't. Because everything uses sugar. And then, guess what? You have to find sweet plants, basically. Which you think sound easy. But I'll wait till do the next wave of story. I need to get stuff leveled. Been needing to do that for a while. I'll feel comfortable with it for the other part. Yeah.
When I hand this one
That is unfortunate. That is very, very, very unfortunate. Basically, he's immune to Raiden Shogun. No, he's immune. That would be funny, though.
Return to the skies.
But, I mean, do you really need the polearm characters? Probably not. It's just a nice feature. It's really unfortunate.
Incoming. Get to work.
Light of the blazing sun!
Hold the line.
Letting great dreams echo! Light it up!
You two.
Time to end them!
There's things I say. Sometimes stuff is hard, sometimes it's very easy. See, I kinda not purposely forget this is down here. This is where you have to come through. See, I bitch about the gem economy, but then I realize Dendro cubes exist. Okay? Cubes. What I mean by cubes are these things. These cubes solely exist, basically, to be gem factories. But it also is the purpose that you need, you need, this is the one you have to come down to for the Dendro Archon, of course. This is used for her. Her lilies are used. Basically, her lilies, the stuff you need for her are pretty easy to get. Do I need something? Looking for something in particular. I was looking for these earlier. And by the way, don't get me started on the amount of books you need.
Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge!
How dare you! Eat Lalin! Eat Papa! Get him! Fulfill our pact!
The amount of stuff you need to level, it's ridiculous, okay?
Get to work! Rest and rebuild! Covenant of the Deep!
Burn it down! Wrath from the sky!
Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to end them! Yeah! Ha! Ha!
You know the other thing they need? Can build farm. Every game has them. At least a couple. So, that's with a fucking discount. And that's not even. One thing I would appreciate if they did it is remove the Moira cost in leveling. It would help the economy a little bit. Just a little bit. Save it for Ascension. Don't make us spend it. Because technically, on top of it, you also still need the other shit to do it. Not only do you need this, you actually need the other. Basically, to tier up the gear itself, right? Basically.
Show no mercy!
Good. No. He did the other day, though. You got me no damage. Thank you. Your public service threat. Yep. Oh, that's cool.
Get to work.
Allow me.
Pyroclastic surge. Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Rev the engines.
Rest and rebuild. Billowing surge.
Wrath from the sky.
And see, the secret to any game like this is stacking both damage, additional damage, and multipliers. Genshin is a little bit easier than doing it in Diablo. It's about more multipliers and then additive. Additive first, as well as multipliers, but multipliers are more important. Here, this happens in Simaru. Immune to cryo. By the way, this happens. You know,
A perfect day to stay home and read.
that's okay.
Here's
Mm.
Got a job for me? The campaign begins.
whatever would you do without me?
If I really want to go cheeky, you don't really care. Look, if you really want to get cheesy as I'll get up. See, what's funny is you can use her as a basis. Strangely enough, you don't have to have lunar reactions, but it is
I
funny.
will follow where you lead.
No, it's probably overkill.
A life where the drinks keep flowing and the mora keeps rolling.
Funny part about this is I'm not saying there's not a fire catalyst user, which we would be lovely one day, an actual one. I just hate this region. I despise this region. And it's not for the ones you think reasons you think. It is the region. Oh no 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 no. Nope.
Illusion. Allow me. Emerge. Right
No,
now.
unfortunate for you. You're in a raining region. Someone brings a bunch of thunder. Now,
A sight to behold.
incredibly unfortunate. Basically. Very, very, super incredibly. See, strangely enough, she is not a one-of-a-kind character.
Right here. Right now.
See, any of this kind of movement, if you know how to basically cheese it, it's actually something.
Never mind.
This is kind of if you do it. Basically. I mean, the wings will get eventually. So, the problem with the reputation system is you just need to remember to do it every week. Some people don't. The reputation system is kind of a weird system that you remember to do it every week, and then you will sometimes just straight forget you do it. It's technically, story-wise, I'm at bedtime. So, that's where I'm at. I'm not in an eager to rush off to Natlon just yet.
Perfect. It's you two. The only ones for the job. The adventure, all it asks us to do is to find a missing person. Huh? I came across this commission. It seems simple. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild. Well, that's us for sure. If it proves to be beyond your capability. Okay, so who are we? This commission was jointly issued by the. But the problem is. They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? Unlikely. Several besides. Putting up a commission in any case. Alright then, let's go! I'm on start.
You know one of the funniest things about her? Catherine's? It's kind of like, why are there always Nurse Joys in Pokemon? Why is there always Officer Jenny's? One was the joke is to save on the animation. But there's also this really funny fact that we come to find out. She is basically was created by Sandrone. Sandrone basically creates marionettes. And she has no idea. And the funny thing is, she doesn't look like a marionette. Call that a fan service theory if anyone ever understood it. See, I'm actually going to finally have to level up. I'm probably gonna have to take. What's her name? Nahida, I might actually have to start coming down here because Nahida is part of Columbina lineups. See, Columbina lineups are interesting. See, they have the same problem. See, technically, they're the same slotted three. You have room for one more, basically. But while I am down here, before I forget, that's it. You have to come down here for that. Because it's one of those things you start to see like a double Dendro team, basically. Because the thing about Lunar Charge is actually awkward teams. Do that. Oh god. Oh you shits. Fine.
Happy to oblige.
Rest and rebuild!
Fulfill our pact.
Oh,
You two. Time to end them. Rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge.
zero survival instinct. Hello, quickly. Yep. shits. Really.
Get to work. Letting brave names echo. Lolling, East Papa, get him. Burn it down.
Simmering, the land of fucking climbing mountains. I despise it. But it's basically you climb everything you have to. It's physically required. Fine. Look, I like exploring mountains like anybody in this game, but there's a limit. Simaru is a demonstrously terrible task. It's a very annoying task. But it's this part of Simaru which is really, really bad. Interesting. It's something I don't discover stuff. I'm just never down here.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
I just don't ever come down here for reasons. I did the story and I never want to come back to this region.
This way, pretty little.
And I don't care enough to do the other. Uh,
Get to work.
why isn't everything aggro around here?
The valley.
Underneath. I'll check. I think it's like basically in a weird spot. It's basically in a very odd spot. The flowers hang. Oh my god, I don't care. I'm not gonna kill you. You die. I'm not fighting you people. I don't want to. If you ever want a fun lineup, you can stack both. You can actually stack both Lavika and Raiden Shogun for an additional buff. It's kind of funny when you do it. Most people don't realize it. Because of this own aura. Both are actually good. Besides that, as I said, together. See, like, surprisingly, he's actually really good. But I think with gear, right, it doesn't seem like he has elemental mastery or so. But his is. It's not the easiest thing in the world to farm. But the interesting part about him at this day and age is people just use him as a catalyst because of his abilities.
Going into a trance is risky for most people. So don't get any ideas.
Do you know how easy it is to spend 500,000 in a week? You can do that in a day. They act like you don't spend money in this game. Yet I think this is one of those ones where the economy is so broken it's not funny. Basic stuff costs like 10,000 or so, but you also earn it back as quick as you almost spend it. You basically, as quick as you spend it, you can get it back. Literally, they tell you to do 20 ley lines a week. It's suggested for reasons. There's a better way to like level stuff too as well. Weapons, this doesn't work. So like with weapons, doesn't matter. Like a past weapon is pretty useless. Still have some. I'm just tired of shit clocking the inventory. There is a way that you can make leveling artifacts easier as well. I used to do it, but it's the reason I got rid of a lot of my purples. I got rid of a lot of the purples. Oh, fuck with it. I used to level them up. It made it easier, so it's a little bit different. Thing is, I use blues. I combine blues. Basically, I combine these. It's kind of unavoidable. But like having characters that have discounts, incredibly useful. Problem itself is very much the cost. Like if you think about it, leveling her alone is just sometimes like it's a chore. I've probably already spent
I've read almost every novel
one
from Yacht
point
Publishing House.
5 million, probably.
Normal, right?
Yes, you don't do that.
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
Yeah, correct. Oh. But yeah, stuff like see, traditionally, like leveling characters, as I said, it's not just leveling characters that gets people. Leveling characters is just the half of it. The other half of your money is usually spent like technically is a very busted ass economy in a way. And I say this because of reasons. Come here. Come here, little shits. Yes, would you please come here? Those I need, by the way. Floaters are used by a lot of people. A lot of my lineup.
Light it up! Crash from the sky!
Rude. Yeah, see, I was actually doing... Oh my god, that hurt almost.
Pyroclastic surge!
Ow. She never just gets obliterated like that. That's just...
Burn it down!
But they can do a lot of damage at once. So... Let me do it. Does 104,000 pay bills? Probably not. Yeah, weekly. Spend 500,000. Yeah, see, this is where everything gets fucked up at 6-1, half a dozen the other, right? You spend as much as you take out. Oh god. I hate that Adept died cooking.
Going into a trance is risky for most people. So don't get it.
It's yelling at me about expedition. Must be because I have the stuff over there.
Add astro.
Yeah, I pretty much went through all of Nodcry. It's just the question of when I get over here, or the quest-wise, you know. I haven't included that one at all. You know, I kind of want to break Boomer. Those aren't the worst. See, technically, these aren't the absolute pits, but they're not the most stable to get around to. There's something about this region, and this is the region that it's. Okay, choose subdivision two, prototype Amber, R5, West, and reliquary of Troop, clearly being our best. Sadly, you can only have so many eyes of perception. Prototype Amber is the other one, which I may have to make one. So, prototype Amber instead of that. Prototype Amber is universally used, which is strange.
Will we be gone long?
Follow me, and bask in the soft light of the moon.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
That's the one thing. Catalysts are weird and what's good and what's bad. Like, I think I might have enough to do it one more of these. Like a prototype Amber. They're not very. They're just very, very different. See, that this is also here. But prototype Amber is kind of what you're supposed to use. I mean, this isn't for her, though. She could use it, by the way. But again, this is for New Ballet. That's for New Ballet. That's not for her. Prototype Amber allows you to get around.
You shall have my company.
For shits and grins, okay?
Roll! Yeah! Unions converge. Committed to memory, the Temple of Wisdom.
Without further
That's a lot better.
With one heart, we pray. Chorus, protect us.
Oh my god, that is so much fucking better. Jesus. If you actually think about it, that's so much better. But for this region, that's a lot better. But this whole region is designed, actually the lunar mechanic is actually, well, it's kind of like the stuff in Night Soul territory. So usually stuff in Night Soul territory is better for the aspect that similar reasons, because in Night Soul territory, Night Soul damage actually does. That makes killing those things so much more easier. I mean, I'm not saying it's not any less of a headache, but it's better, it's tolerable. Question, can I make? No. See, I can't do that. Well, that's because that's the best sword in the game, almost. These are some of the best spears, unironically. These are good too, but if you wind up getting more long swords. Do you know it's funny? They say sacrificial fragments may not be the real one. Might not be the best one. Look, you're supposed to spam her elemental skill, unironically, and you're supposed to use elemental mastery with her. So you're supposed to use energy recharge, or you're supposed to use the other one. They don't tell you an alternative like this would be a thing. But, again, that's a 40% chance. You know, a lot of people aren't going to think about that. I mean, then again, if you really do not understand how the Billy crowd works. Because the problem with Columbina is her cooldowns. Is she? One too many characters, I swear. I forget she exists at the time. See, that's a good concept. Interesting thing. Sacrificial jade. Right. People don't think about it. I mean, if you do energy recharge, sure. I mean, technically it's 5, but that works so much better over here. Over there, it just works a ton better. You know the only reason they say to use that as well? It's not for the reasons you think. It's for the 100% energy recharge. Passive. No. You do know. I don't ever use my Stardust for anything. But technically, at the same time, it's not even about the base attack. Like, if you're going to do it here, like at 80%, fuck, 20 seconds, that would almost be, strangely enough, when you think about it, that would almost be 100%. 80% of the time. You know, it's funny. It's also elemental mastery. You're supposed to use elemental mastery with it. I mean, granted, I'd probably pull her weapon next time around, but the problem is everything with her is a cooldown. The idea is you're just resetting the cooldown. See, I can spread, I can change this one. See? That. See, that's there. That's like number 6. Funny part is that's number 6, right? On the list. But that's for Nouvellette. Nouvellette's the one that's for.
Have you decided where you will go?
That's for Nouvellette. Nouvellette makes better use of that. Everyone just looks at those guides, they don't think about it. I need eventually, as I say, I need to get him leveled. You know. Water is one of the few. It's like Furina. Furina lineups go about the same. See, it's not that Furina's bad, it's just. It's not a meta for Furina. It's used largely by Nouvellette. The thing about Nouvellette is basically, when you think about him, he's not like He's a strange one. Jeez. Let's see what I need, and I don't have it. Jeez, jeez, jeez. Let's see, we can use that one. Here's a funny part about this, though. He is still one of the best sets you could ever have for him. Is this, because he constantly uses charge. So the interesting part is the difference in Marche's Hunter, which is strange. It's it's like one of those weird ones. The best way I could say it is this set surprisingly, like, people misunderestimate this set. I think people have just forgotten about it. Like, they think this set's not good. It's one of the best sets you can have on a. This set, surprisingly, as far as Catalyst users, it sounds like a free to play option, but it's been around forever. Because assuming you always are charging stuff, you're gonna do better. Ooh, that's fucking terrible. It's terrible too. Ooh, ew, gross. Gross, gross, gross. Gross, gross. It's all gross. It says it's ideal, but let's just be it. Ooh, it's worse. There we go. That makes sense. Funny they say crit damage, correct? Right? Crit damage? It sans its attack. What's funny is HP. You make up the values if you don't have them on other items. Because as I said, both these goblets are bad. Goblet can have that, or needs to be HP, but they're the ideal, but they're just not good. Feather. Don't like any of those. I need to read all the patch notes for Doom. That's gonna get me though. Fresh. I swear. It's just unfortunate luck, isn't it? God's sakes, all my goblets look terrible. This is just luck of the draw, though. Luck of the draw is different. Now, the only reason that's not gotten rid of is that might be useful down the line. See, that's HP and defense. That's tolerable. That's HP and defense. But the good thing is I usually get goblets, though. Like, if I really had to use it. Well, what's the difference, though, here? See, technically EM, slightly different. May not be the best, but the problem is all this gear has pure RNG difference. Like crit rate, energy, which that's an alternative. You have to just switch them out to make it make sense or figure it. Like if HP is secondary, you can go here. Cross that bridge when I come to it, though. I come close to finishing him, but I always have to kind of... Doesn't take away from that being one of the best ones for him. See, like they say crit damage, right? Because everyone stacks so much crit damage. It's different. I mean... It's better to have the elemental mastery for reactions. Sadly. Sounds weird, but it's the saga of trying to get stuff done. You know? See, the one that I need for her is that one. Now, they say 4 of her or 2 of 2, depending on how you feel. There's a shielded lineup, and then there's that. The problem with her is she kills your team. She uses the HP of your team. So, it makes it... Basically, they say the best set for her is that, and then somehow you're finding a way to survive. Like you, and what's funny about both of them is they're both the same setup. But they also recommend for her, she be like 35,000 HP. See, it's not that Fiorina gets forgotten about. In a way, she sucks HP from the rest of her party, yet she also gives it back. But she cannot be healed herself, which makes her a very interesting character to use. So, it's like a caster rice situation. It's like imagine using caster rice in HSR with the chance without healing. You can make an entire glass cannon with her. So, it's the strangest thing sometimes. But I actually leveled her. So, basically, you try to stack HP with her. That's basically what you do. She's a little harder to actually use. Like, I had equipment on her, but I haven't used her in a while. Oddly enough, he'll pay off dividends down the road. Like, he's gonna pay off dividends for me. His whole purpose is nothing to... Like, I wouldn't scoff at Durin. Durin's one of those ones. He's 100% a pyro energy mastery reaction. Believe it or not. And he will probably come in later on as the person we have to use for witches anyways. See, he's going to come in when Nicole... like, when Nicole becomes useful. It makes me depressed. See, this character used to... You know, the weird part about her is she was the Raiden Shogun. She's still good for what she does. But part of my thing is I need to get her... Cat? See, I need to redo her gear. I'm not satisfied with this. Unfortunately, the stuff rolls terribly. I need to get hers. Oliver, you're doing something you're not supposed to. the rules ceremony. It's not. Swords. Basically. But as I said, this is like good stats for her. But see, funny thing about her is this gear just rolls terrible. Like, you try to get good versions of this gear, you'll get lucky. Maybe. But it's one of the sets I have found that rolls terrible. But overall, I mean,
From here. If not, why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
see, when I put this on my computer, I remember to play it more often.
Perhaps this treasure has been waiting for you all along.
I hate these things. These aren't as bad.
Get to work. Letting brave names echo. You two, time to end them. Try and stop me. Wrath from the sky. Fulfill our pact.
Oddly enough, I find half the chests by just farming these.
Try and stop me.
Allow me! Covenant of the Deep!
Pyroclastic surge.
I need to actually learn to play Noia 3 properly and not play it like I normally do games.
Here, let me help.
Because Noia apparently has, oh god, that game's gonna be so special.
I'm tired already.
Bastards. Huh. Mm-hmm. Yes. See, okay. Flowers respawn every 2 days, you know? You kind of remember to do them, sometimes don't. I'll just do it when I'm bored. But tomorrow, I really, really, really need to get the Fallout finale done. Because what the Fallout finale is going to be tonight, it's going to be... So, a lot of this is pure... Now, I would say Prototype Amber with her. It makes more sense.
Sharing my knowledge.
Here's the thing. Prototype Amber is basically cheese heel.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Wait. Leave this place. A moonlit night for all.
So, the thing is, if you don't have Necker, and there's a reason, oh, you piece of shit.
For the everlasting forest. A new moon rises. Commit it to memory. Make yourself at home.
Then again, I'd be lying if I said Prototype Amber was not one of the most broken ones you ever use. But see, the thing about Zibai is her whole existence. She basically has this really weird lineup that it's not a normal lineup that you use. It's the oddest lineup. Like, you think she has 100% a firm lineup. She really doesn't. She straddles the realm of basically being... Like, she puts out a lot of damage. That's not the... Half the problem with her isn't that. You know. It's her issue herself is she's all about crystallization. Crystallization is where she thrives. So it's not about the level. Assume you get it to 50, okay. The problem itself isn't that. It's the... It's getting her. Oh yeah, no, I would easily spend a lot just trying to get this one done.
Divine light, shield them!
By the frost moon of old. A moonlit night for all.
Yeah, shit. Oh god.
The Temple of Wisdom. Wayne.
All things must
Bitch.
end.
I hate this shit.
I cannot see the moon.
Fucking enemies in this place, I swear. You know what? I hate the revive spam. But look, they don't want us revive spamming, oddly enough. Fuck off. Ugh.
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Part of the reason. Oh, there they are. Kind of the reason I run around with a party. I never believe in having a team that's 100% glass cannon. Because if you try to run teams that are 100% glass cannon, you're bound to be just obliterated for no reason. Glass cannon is good only if, and I say if, you can deal with the ones. Because the problem, Glass Cannon, without having a team without defense, is we just get obliterated for no damn reason. Which happens. But it's also the reason a lot of people just try to do it without do it with prototype Amber. Catalyst teams who usually have it. It's usually something we have done for years. It's good for modes that you're not having to sustain. But if you're trying to sustain, there's a reason. So a lot of this is just straight gathering part. Technically, as long as you gather probably about 80% of them, you're good. Yeah, here we are. Go decapitate this damn thing while I'm over here.
Get to work. Bring it.
Yes. Get away from there.
How annoying.
Oh my god. Get away from the edge. Come here, little piece of shit.
Rise with the sun. Let the mountains be spoiled.
Why does this have to be near a cliff?
Burn it down.
It's near a cliff, so it has this. It's also glitching out to go in. Oh my, you piece of shit.
Light it up. Pyroclastic surge.
Huh? Okay, yeah. This is a really bugged enemy.
Bring it. Wrath from the sky. Rev the engines.
Okay, that's something I wish not to see again. For a little while. That's a bugged enemy. Very bugged. Because it's like appearing near the edge. Basically. So it blinks in and out of reality, so it gives that. But it already has a mechanic. Not that you have to either overcharge the thing in reality. I have like half this thing figured out. Up there. I'm on the upper crust of this quest. I have to go up there to get it done. But I think Zibai is fine. I think like biggest problem I find with it is she's a basic setup. It's not a hard setup. Like Zibai is actually the only thing is her teams are utterly limited. That's the downside to it. It's actually funny. I finally just beat this one over here. Like, so the thing about her is, as such, she can be powerful. It's not that she can't. You know. There's also recipes that use this stuff too. Oddly enough. Yeah, but I kinda need to master a little bit of Noia 3 before I do it. It's not that people go, if you're new to it. No, you cannot spam attacks. Basically. Against certain enemies. Like, there's a boss, it's like a major boss, it's like the end of the... When you think you have all the chests up here, you don't. I find most of them. Oh, you are fucking immune to Earth. Gee, oh, you mother... Okay, that's bad. That's annoying. That's okay. You know, I got something for you.
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky.
See, a lot of people do crit rates so they can DPS and forget about it, okay?
Go on, take them. I'll thank the stars for you later.
Get to work. Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
chars for you later. Fulfill our pact.
Oh,
Light it up.
nice to see you.
Bring it. Let the mountain's veins boil.
You two! Time to end them!
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky. Full throttle.
Oh well.
Bring refuge! Rest and rebuild!
What am I to ever do?
Pyroclastic surge.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath!
Hear the echoes of the valley. Full throttle.
Hold the line!
Oh. That's why you guys got pissed off. There's 2 chests over here. Impressive.
What a waste of time. Bring it.
Oh, you.
Run while you're still
Fulfill our pact!
light it up.
Lolling! Eat Papa! Get him! Rest and rebuild!
Take too long.
We should make the most of these supplies.
Not entirely unproductive. I don't want to be the fuck over here, though. So you can burn for like here. By the way, I'm sure there's a big quest region for this reason for this fucking piece of shit place to exist. But I will say this. It is a fucking retarded place.
Hold the line!
Big giant eye of Sauron. It's just a fucking asshole. If and if. It's like basically don't get caught by the eye of Sauron up here. So it's an interesting place to subtly explore. I,
Allow me!
but yeah, I think getting Zibai to 60. I mean, I like it a little bit. She'll be good. I just gotta get her usable. Problem is, she's gonna be in crystalization. But the biggest problem is I need to get that lineup secured that it can actually function up here. And to be like this lineup for any region. Probably be the only lineup next to about the other lineups that I have that are 100% done right now. But what I mean, I have other ones done. I have a lot that are half-in reworks. Because I'm basically running around up here.
Bring it.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath!
Burn it down. Letting brave names echo.
Rest and rebuild!
This is more of the current it region to be in.
Stuff in here. Want to split it? Just kidding. You can take it.
Wait, what is it? Never let it be said you can ever get things. Do you know the simplest solution to getting things up high? Climb the highest peak nearby, glide down to get it. And pray to God it's not the world's shittiest surface that you just slide off of. You know? This is why you invest in having stamina. If anything else. Climb up mountains and then go down. Okay, fuck off. Fairly. I may want to go get that while I'm up here. Excuse me, I might come get those while I'm up here. Cool. Hi.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky! Try and stop me! Bring it! Light of the blazing sun!
Allow me.
Let the mountain's veins boil! Pyroclastic surge!
Something to add to my collection. Return to the skies.
Like, I know the stuff for Durin. Like, that's an obvious one. I know what these are. See, I'm gonna wonder if we're gonna get Flynn's ref, and Flynn's rerun we'll probably get. But like, if it weren't for Zibai, I would have probably pulled the other one. I would probably pull the other one, the banner with Columbina, but let's face it, sacrifices get made, and you don't have to. You have to at least do it. She'll be, and as popular as the one is, and if it's a, the thing is, if it's a mandatory character, they'll pretty much, it's a guaranteed rerun. Things like Zibai are not going to be mandatory. Are going to be good, but the problem is, you probably, if you don't pick her up, she's not getting rerun for a while. That's kind of the weird part about Zibai. Like, Zibai is going to be one of those characters that's going to be really good. People are going to realize she's too good, too late. Then have to ask for a rerun. You might get lucky and you might get a rerun. How are you, Ashia? How are you? I'm doing... Ah. See, I need to eventually catch up my story in totality, but I'll take one at a time. I worked my way through this game because there's no, unlike the other
Going into a
ones.
trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
See, the thing about Zibai is going to be good, but not for the reasons people think. She's going to be part of crystalization, but she's also going to be part of the same.
Wrath from the sky!
See, like, technically, like, this lineup is one of my few active lineups that I haven't either. But it's good for this region, but it's also good for just any region. This lineup is like suns, but it's majority from the one from now on. So see, if I forget, I never go around collecting flowers. Okay? That's the I chose the wrong one. Good job. See, I got my Archon quest caught up to a degree. In reality, I'm like one behind now. 1.3 if you really want to be technical. I mean, the dream one day is to feel caught up enough. It's kind of like why my friend asked me that I didn't have, in Dune. Like, why didn't you have your stuff at tier 6? Because I'm not in the rush to do it. Oh, it's one of you people. I don't care to go fuck with you. Yeah. So a lot of this, right, is I'm not at the limit on Zibai. I just have to get her. I need a level finish. Like, the problem is that lineup. I need to get everything up to par that it's not total dog shit up here. Because if she is going to be glass cannons, basically. Because here's the problem. The issue with crystalization lineups or lunar is they don't have a healer involved. So the issue itself is everyone's running them as glass cannons. And it's not that they're glass cannons without defense built in. And that's hopefully what Zibai gives. But you're also... You know what? I would like to do stuff without stepping on a quest. I would appreciate this. You know, being able to explore without stepping on a quest is kind of nice, but it's also very annoying. But then again, world quests interfere with Archon quests, so it's probably good that I knock these out. I didn't even realize that this was here. I'm not thrilled for Natlon's story, by the way. I'm going to say this. I am not looking forward to this. Alright? I'm going to despise it with a passion.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
What am I to do?
Fulfill our path. You two.
See, Lunar Charge is very similar to Night Soul. Night Soul is the key to killing everything in this region for, like, without its other things. But technically, this is a lineup you use for it. It's very much piece. Again, I like to. I'm here, so I might as well do it. See, this is what happens when you don't catch your story up, and then you have about 3 years of stories that you never did. I'd have to look. What is it? Let me see. I'll check. Okay, let's see. Your ID. I'll add you. Second, let me get out of this mess. See, Zibai is kind of interesting, because I was saying Zibai scales off a defense. So, let's see here a second. 187. See, I'd have to see it because so the problem with Zibai right now is they have oh god. Like so, is that your ID? 18171 God, your ID is ages, my good God. 710497. You sure that's your user ID? Weird, weird, no. Strange. That's my ID. Put that in. 640 75 52. So what they're recommending, that's my ID. It's easy to remember. So. So what I found when they're doing Zibai is, okay, so the guide itself, right? See, without seeing it, you're using uh Rebel. So, okay, if you're going to go the non-free to play route, personally, why is my OBS? So, Zibai as it stands, people don't see. Evaluation as she is. Alright. Here's what they don't tell. So, Night Soul is what you're supposed to use. Sans defense, Goblet defense. Her stuff scales off defense. To give you an idea. Now, if you ever built a character in Simaru, look, okay, so they're saying defense it should be 2500 plus, which I'm assuming I don't pay attention to crits, but crit bonus and crit. She's element, so she is elemental mastery, crit damage. She's elemental mastery, and you have to spam her ability. So, basically, give you a guide, a second. It's not ideal. Now, I don't know what sword you're using, but personally, without seeing it 100%, second, I'll explain it. There's a little bit here. Uh, she basically is a weird character because she actually straddles a. Let's see if I can find her. She straddles a weird divide. Her main abilities scale off her defense. That's why you have 2 defense. So you have 2. So there's no precise science on her yet. Let's say hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, we're looking at. So when I say that you have this weird setup for her, you she basically is weird. The way okay, even if you look at how they have her built, because a guide it's similar, which I don't think this guide is correct. They say you need 2500 plus crit weight 50. That's if you're using Night Veils. Crit damage at 200, which is easy if you have a sword. 100 to 200, which I'm already there. Energy recharge. So, weird they say circulate is either here or this. I guess you're getting the HP off the flower or the other. Crit rate, energy. You can see her lineups are very, like, I don't even look. Her lineups are really, really not great. Like, she's very limited. What's funny is they don't even have her sword here, by the way. Though, I will say, her weapon, her weapon's not in the weapon list. So, what we're gonna probably find out is like technically I have 2 defense, 1 HP. Fine. Like this would probably help her out, but see, part of her stuff is she relies on elemental mastery. Now, here's the strange part about Zibai. Zibai herself is her best set is this set. Now, technically, all lunar teams, apparently, when I say this with all due respect, she is an archetype. They're all archetypes. One has this set, okay? One has this set. Another one has this. Then another has this. A lot of lunar lineups. So when you're looking at Zibai, Zibai is basically similar to her chief ones are not as much of her attacks, which are her additives. Now, in reality, her, depending on the weapon, which, I mean, her core weapon is her strongest weapon in reality. It's what she's designed to do. Because if you want to base. See, I'm not saying, like, we will find the guides for her. Hold on. And if you're ever randomly curious how they design characters, so recommendations by them aren't always, but like you need. So a lot of this is what we're going to have to go off of, but it's very different. Like, I don't. So. Here's the thing. They have her at 90. Elemental Mastery 305. Max Stamina. Do they give her? They give her her weapon. That's 80%. This is how they say it. This is like the god rolls they say. Alright? Follow this. Now, it's not hard to get done, but it's way the hell up there. So I say crit rate. And what do they stick her at a crit rate of? And it's kind of like here. They stick her at 40. This is too much health. She's capped at 35. She's capped at 35, by the way. To give you an idea. I don't know why they gave her 40. Might as well put it into defense. She is designed so the gear alone gives up about 1200. So, yeah, that's why I'd love to see the details. So they have her crit rate at 57, crit rate at 239. So anywhere between 150 to 200. But see, they have this way optimized for what she is.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
While the light shines bright, light compels you.
Surge. A new moon rises.
Divine light, shield them.
So,
Arrogant and presumptuous.
to be honest, I would say you lean into her,
The glaze
she's all about elemental crystallization. So, anywhere near even half up to. Well, see, like, personally, you need, like,
be cleansed. Divine light, shield them.
by herself, she's meant to be designed with. As I said, she is designed at that. Now, the problem itself is it's not getting there, it's getting the gear. Now, crit damage is good, but she is entirely based around crystallization damage. So, if you're designed around crystallization damage, it's kind of risky unto itself. Now, realistically, I can't do anything till tomorrow to finish up the sword, but it depends on the weapons you use as well, because As a base guide, I generally say with Zibai, it's about, like, I think I'm on the right track, so to speak. It's not 100% perfect, okay? Yeah, I mean, if I spend another 500,000, I'll probably get there. You know what I mean? We're talking about this, and we're talking about here. Because the thing is, they don't mention anything about her attack. She's being straight up designed around the concept of quote unquote. They're literally designing her with 100% elemental reaction. Which crystallization is just additional. So now the problem itself with her is it's not really the gear. Because if the gear made sense, it would be look, her sword is probably her best sword. That's my opinion. I guess the people think differently because they think there's. But then again, they're going off test data until you actually get the number crunches involved. So, like the way I have her, she's good. Now, the problem is they deal with her as an explosive damage. So, the reality itself is the problem I have is clearly it's just leveling her gear, so it's like crash coursing it, basically. You spend it. Because the thing about Zibai is a lot of her stuff is still like her HP is going to be made up on like all her HP is going to make up her. She's a hybrid stat character in reality. Because her stats are designed to be versatile down the line. But the question is, how versatile is she gonna be? I mean, at the moment, she's only good in. I'm doing this for a reason. So, this is all for a reason. So, what I say it about it is, even they have her at 2,500 plus, at like, I think anywhere near. Like, her stuff. The question, though, is see, Columbina stack caps. So, Columbina caps at 85? 35? So if Columbina caps at 35, that extra 5,000 health is pretty mute. The question is, does Zibai stack? Does she have a cap? I guess when they say light bearing. Yeah, they do say at the bottom, but it's not in their main. Like you have Harbinger, which you can use as crit. which it should be the better one. But she is pretty much a lunar reaction. And this is why Chiori was always good. But the big question is ultimately, does she? The question's going to be, does she have a cap? And if she doesn't have a cap, she's going to be really good. But, as I said, part of her weakness is she utterly... She's going to be a crystalization character at best. But the downside is she has 2 teams. So it's very weird. Like, she's meant to be around it. She's just the alternative. But to our knowledge, she does not. See, this is why I said her team is entirely consequential. Because she's bound to reactions. So it's not Dendro. Like, take like Dendro, right? So Columbine. Because Ilwina is here. Now, but she's very restricted. Now, theoretically, here. We're just going to get crits, Design dictates. So usually design people dictate that she needs to have a lot of crit. Now, a lot of her lineups, there are lineups without her in Columbina, but she is lunar crystallization. Now, I'm not saying... A lot of these are numbers that are going to change. I suspect they will. Her primary is going to be defense. That's just a fact. So, I mean, in reality, if she does not cap, I'll tell you exactly what we would be able to do. If she does not cap, I could probably predict a very good setup that no one's probably going to think about unless they've been around the game a while. So, like Columbina, right? Who's that Columbina? One of them is set up like EM, EM, EM. 3 EMs. Now, they're saying crit damage. Sure, crit damage is not the end of the world if you don't have it. They're worried about scaling. But bear in mind, a lot of her, they have her paired with 2 off the fields. So, bear in mind. That's where a lot of her stuff is. That's kind of a inherent not issue with her. As I said, there's a whole build to her. Basically, you have to have two defense amongst the big three. But it just depends at what tier. Like, I have her at 1500. I mean, that's pretty good for what she would be right now. I mean, ideally, deep end game, you probably need 3. I mean, 2500 is probably. I think she would be the first. Look, I don't even think. Hold on. I do not even think. See, she scales on defense as well. For the record. I think even mine, I have her at like 2000. I mean, I could probably have her better if I had her on the right set. Like, if I had her on the right set, and I actually tried. The problem with her is problem with this set is I basically do the thing with it. I kind of have her set up okay, but it's not the most perfect. I mean, it's not always like the problem with a lot of gear is if you want gear to line up, there's your problem. There's your issue. The thing is, she scales on HP and defense. So in reality, no, her defense is about 1000. So that being said, you have to look at the attributes of what they scale off of. See, Shiori basically scales off of. She scales off of. It's been so long since when I redesigned her. You never give her that. See, people really don't get the idea what she really is either. Hold on. See, a lot of people who go into basically build her. The problem with most Simaru characters, especially, I would say the same as early Fontaine, is their hybrid characters. So you gotta treat her as such. A lot of her design is similar. I actually forget what her other hype. She takes into account 2 stats. But I forget which the 2 stats are. But yeah. But she stacks HP. But basically, yes, she's basically two hybrid stats. Like, it's like Chiori. Chiori basically scales up defense. Probably. If I remember. Because is why she gets really weirdly not used. She's often paired with Zibai as well. Because, I mean, some people have her, some people don't. If you don't have her, it's not the end of the world. Because most of her is part of. See, this is based on her attack and defense. So she's an attack and defense type. I think the other one's HP and defense. So, like, if you stack a person who's high, because that's the thing about Deha, I just forget what the other stat Deha is. Deha is literally like it. Zibai is basically designed similarly. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, Chiori is very good, but again, for every Geo 5-star we get, there's about a 2-year gap. So, and it's the way that I look at it. Like, the thing about it is, I'd have to look at what she looks like when I actually get her up to par. You know. She's still too low for the level currently, though. I mean, but based on preliminary, can't really say it's worse. Son of a bitch. I've probably spent, like, at least $1 million a day. Alone. Fucking retarded, I tell you. It takes ages and a half. But once I get her weapon level, that would be a different story. But these aren't permanent, though. But what I would do is I would stick, oddly enough, if her stuff isn't capped, I would do this and this. As long as both of these are one of these two are defense, they're probably good. 2 of these have to be defense, and you can stick the other one as HP. It's a workaround. And she also gets an inherent crit rate too, just from the set alone. So, but that's kind of the weird part with her. It's not like Zibai is that strange. It depends what tier as well. Because let's assume 2500. Because like 2500 is god tier though. Nothing is touching them, by the way. But it's also implying that there is no cap.
Is it too much to carry? Here, let me help.
So, I mean, granted, if you're using her sword is probably what they're designing her around.
Wrath from the skies!
All right.
So you gotta look at it as kind of like her. She's designed. I'm not terrible with mechanics, I just don't remember them. I'm not a big person on mechanics. Temporarily, those rings like cannot be destroyed until around.
Rise of the sun! Try and stop me!
So,
Light
here's
up
the
the
thing.
blazing sun!
It's her to help to defense. So,
Try and stop me!
it just depends too. Like, I play basically. So a lot of my stuff is I don't play exactly at 90, but like you got to bear in mind, like that's an entire thing.
Chars!
Scaling is something. But right now we don't know if she caps. Because the question, does she cap? If she does not cap, we're talking a very unbound character. Basically. That's an unbound character of sorts. Impressive.
too much to carry? Here, let me help.
Yeah. Ah, I'll go down there. What's this? Ugh. I don't like getting lost in these mountains. I hate lost. I don't like it. I... So... Oh, you stupid. I'll go back and collect the flowers. That's what I was doing. Because I don't...
Perfect day to stay home and read. I'll worry about down there later on. A perfect day to stay home and read.
All right.
Really?
Full throttle! Light up the blaze!
Because I don't think she caps. So if she doesn't, anywhere near... Now, do I think people are going to go out and get both the weapon? No. I mean, we're talking about optimization. I would assume that also as long as in reality we're probably gonna find out she stacks, but I don't think she caps. That's what I'm thinking. It's really the thing about 25.
Stop me!
Because her multiplier percentage the other side, or are they down? Number 30. There it is. I don't think that's it. No. Oh, yeah, there is one down there. There's also Citlalli's flowers are down here too. Let's be right what I'm thinking of.
A perfect day to stay home and read.
No. Fine.
Rise with the sun! Light of the blazing sun!
Rest and revamp.
You know, there's no such thing as exploring in peace, by the way. Ever.
Pyroclastic surge!
Show no mercy.
Oddly enough.
Light of the blazing sun!
Strangely enough, those are actually randomly used resources. So...
Hold the line.
Burn it down! Bring it!
Lolling, he's Papa. Get him.
Yeah.
A perfect day to stay home and read.
Upstairs. See, this is the flowers you have to get for Oblika. The down below is a different story. Fuck all that. I found him. I'm blind. See, the only thing I can say is they're down there. Okay. Yes. Oh, looks like it, but they're not. That or I'm not seeing them, I'm blind.
Get to work! Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge!
Letting Crave names echo. Billowing surge.
Burn it down!
Slightly off track, but not that much. Huh? 15, huh? Uh-oh. Uh, uh-oh. Uh, okay. I legit probably fucked this one up. Nope, I barely got it. See. It looks like they're there, but it doesn't.
Return to the skies.
Nope. That's one of them. Yep. Could be. They don't grow on cliffs. See, that's the thing, they usually don't grow on cliffs. That's it, bro.
Come on, show me your courage.
Rise with the sun.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Light it up.
I believe their GPS is very broken. If their GPS is broken, or I blocked one of the two. Because what do they say? It's an area. Really? A mimic? Who knows?
Something to add to my collection.
No. Plants look right. Not bad. Okay, there's one. There's more than one.
Light it up!
My thing is, why does a local wildlife have to be very vicious?
Burn it down! Light of the blazing sun!
I have never understood that. They're just vicious for no reason. Eventually they'll lose interest. See, I probably got enough. I just at some point have to finish leveling them. Get all of these up to 80-ish, and I can probably, if I get one of my main lineups up there, that'll be fun. See, the big deal about Natlon is they just had to keep it, like, technically they've been suffering ever since. It's basically broken ley lines. Their ley lines never recovered. That's the thing about it is their ley lines never truly recovered from the Abyss invasion.
Return to the skies!
Hmm. Hmm.
Return to the skies!
So, is that not working? Hmm. I mean, why not? I mean, the idea really is like the abyss corruption was all bad, but Jesus. More tedious part to find
Go on,
things.
take them. I'll thank the stars for you later.
Oh shit. I didn't see that.
Coming. Get to work. Allow me. Covenant of the deep.
Basically,
Pyroclastic surge! Let the magic veins boil! Full throttle! Light it up! Wrath from the sky! Full throttle!
oh, this is gay. Nope. Oh.
Try and stop me. You two. Time to end them. Shock.
Well, the constructs, what they don't say is the constructs were made for the sole purpose of fighting the Abyss. That's why when we get to Conria, they're gonna explain it. Why do you have to be inside?
Hear the echoes of the valley! Bring it! Let's ride! Light of the blazing sky! Full throttle!
I don't think this is... You're not meant to... Like I said, hopefully I'll go down to the other side and pick up the flowers for Citadel. They're over there. They're in the same region, so might as well.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Really? Really? Seriously? I mean that? I just... Now get down here? Oh, it sounds weird, but a lot of stuff is like... They expect you to, like, get into places before, but... This is the area that went underneath the waterfall. I think that's what this is. It's one thing about Natlon. Natlon has a lot of exploration in the middle. The whole thing of connecting with spirit animal things. Because this story is going to suck horribly. Like, I don't mind the first part with, like, Capitano. It's just the end of Capitano's trash. I'm sorry, he becomes a Lich King and he sits on a throne. My god, what a fate. Ah. And the thing is, why we never saw people outside Natlon was because people in Natlon believed if they died, they wouldn't be reunited with their people. So most people in Natlon never left. Because they believe if they left Natlon and died, there's a whole thing. It's based on Mesoamerican culture in reality. Which is strange. Because the thing is, I want to know how this is actually the last. Technically, this is the last one they technically don't have. So you have to extract. So the Batui are gonna have to find a way to. Capitano chose not to do it, I guess. But they have to get the Gnosis out of basically the dragon human or the dragon sovereign. Basically. Good luck to that one. Did you know I made my way up here normal? Without the quest? Think about it. I got bored. It's been Denton, Zibai. Oh, God. I needed to come over here anyways for flowers. This is just part. And plus, I should clear this up before I do Natlon, because the fact that if I have world quests that fuck over my area, I'll be here for a while. That's what happened when I went to Fontaine. Because I collect quests like you collect Pokemon. Get in your October if you ever have to do the Archon quest, and something is there, and I suspect this will probably have like. See, there's two ways over here, if you really begin to think about it. There's the normal way over here that you can just take exploring, fucking around and finding out. Or, yeah, no, you can. Basically.
Burn it down! Let the mountain's veins boil! Try and stop me! Wrath from the sky!
See, some constructs are friendly, others just try to attack you for no reason.
Light it up!
Hear the echoes of the valley.
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
Basically, the bird is supposed to be free transportation about this place. Very, very beautiful location, though. But, I have to go back and get the bird.
Something to add to my collection.
I mean, Might be easier to get around with the bird. Where value it. Hmm. But I have to see how many I'm either going to have to move or do before I do the outline story, because either that or I'll be stopping and having to clear up all of these. Especially if I have to come up here. I gotta go up to the top. It's kind of interesting in the terms. Like, you could make your way up here. It's not hard to make your way up here, in a way. Exploring separate. And then, so yes, let's pick the damn thing up. Thank you. Ooh, it's one of those things. So literally escort the quest back. I mean, technically, most of Teyvat's in ruins, but as I said, this quest kind of has to be done, or else it's gonna clog up my other shit. I'd say that. Probably could do better, like the other way, but you have to. One more. Yeah. One. Huh. I forgot he's a turret, by the way. See, the little thing's a turret. No shit, it's about to fucking flee. Oh my god, I hate this shit. What the fuck are they? What the fuck are you supposed to do? You land and just die and fight? Interesting quest. Kind of more annoying than obnoxious. Very too long for what it is. Um, it's going down to a lava. It's like a lava tubes. Nursery of Nightmares. Impressive. There's like a I mean, it's still like a. Ugh.
Show no mercy! Rise with the sun! Full throttle! Pyroclastic surge! Bring it! Let the mountain flames boil! Burn it down! Try and stop me!
Yeah, not a bad story, but like, it probably plays into a deeper part.
Pyroclastic surge! Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf! Light of the blazing sun! Rise with the sun! Many brave names echo!
See, people can live forever for no reason. Like, Citiloli's basically like 400 or 500 years old. Too lazy to even animate this. Which I don't get why he wouldn't animate it. But again, this is probably as I said. See, the thing is, there's like a couple of people that are immortal, near immortal. Because if he became a corrupt dragon, that's kind of the purpose. This is kind of a long quest, but it has to be done. Like, it's either that or a person's reincarnated. Because technically, Wavika is basically reincarnated. Because technically, the founder of Natlon's nation is a human hybrid, a dragon sovereign. Kind of like New Valette. New Valette is a dragon song. Oh, it's this one. I was wondering about this story. It's been the last. I was wondering where this particular story came from. So I've seen the ones talk of the side lore. So nice, but you can't explore. You can't explore it. It's bad. Oh, plus. This. And that's up. Son of a bitch. 900. 600 meters. Down below. Oh my Lord. Tell us, tell us. Okay, down. 100 feet. There we go. Thank you. That's a bit. That's not too much bad. Uh, that's.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right? Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas. drinks keep flowing, and the Mora keeps rolling. Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
Guess I didn't get them all. Ah, annoying. I think that's no. It was annoying to find these.
Return to the skies!
As I said, farming this is just kind of like, this is normal at this point. It's like a weird checklist you do, but it's kind of a necessary checklist. Really? I see it, but you would not want to fight that shit there.
Show no mercy! Allow me!
Light it up!
Fighting without falling off is a separate story.
Take me up!
See, I have more than enough, but that's what I do in my spare time, though. See, her flowers, I don't go enough near. So, it's not that I necessarily have to make a special trek over to where hers is, but that's a separate story. I just gotta go live at that one boss. But anyways, I will be... Look, I think, what is it, tomorrow I have Noya. The question is, do I want to cram in Noya and the Fallout review? Ugh. Neo, I need to figure out how to play without switching stances too damn much. Because it is a stance game. So. Kind of strange. But yeah, burning through a lot, but then again, sure. Yeah, eventually I get a lot of these people's gear. But I at least got Zibai up. I'm going to be happy. I'll have to mess with her further, but I gotta get her weapon upgraded. Think I'm on the right track, as I said. She's already halfway where she needs to be, so... Anyways, I will have Noya tomorrow. The only problem is it's going to fall on a day I need to review Fallout. It's like I need to watch the last two the episode and that, then get the screenshots. So yeah, it feels like it's gonna be a long day. But I will say this: if this shit's not if this isn't, I'll be very honest. It will be interesting. So far, I'm impressed by her. But her attack is a thing. But she is so largely based on crystallization it works. But I gotta get the rest of that lineup functioning. Like, her by herself is good. But I need to probably level up. You know what? I may inadvertently have to level her. Not him, but I'll level her. My rule against using 4 stars might be broken. Because if the other one you have to kind of use. But her lineup, as I said, is interesting. But I had enough to get her leveled, so. I'm going to go probably now hang with a friend, and basically I need to go check out, basically do. But I put a good dent in at least where she needs to be. I mean, technically, can't really say it's not that, but she is good for what she does. But she is largely a reaction. She's a lunar reaction. But a pretty good little deck. But the thing is, you can mix and match, but her teams are really limited. So she's going to be on a cryo and earth team. So, anyway. Tomorrow I got Noya. Noya will be rage inducing. So I'm having to learn it. I mean, at some point. Some point I'm gonna level up my stuff. So, who knows? Once my main lineups get leveled up, I could probably move out of my tier that I'm in. But I need the main lineups to be finished. Not half-assed. Like, I still need to give her, basically a, good weapon, so...
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing.
Anyways.
And the more I
But I will have Noya tomorrow. A good chill till then I'm gonna be... Yeah. But yes, and I'm gonna have to work the Fallout review in. I don't know when. But yeah, but once I feel better enough, it's gonna at least I'll get the Night Long quest. But it's a good place to stop. But I need to go into Dune and I'll be good. Till then, tomorrow. I think I'll do it at 6 tomorrow. I don't know. Depends. Noya, I might start earlier. I'm not sure. Because I know I'm to the first boss, or the region boss, the end of the tutorial. Oh boy. It's because it's even that Noya is a Souls-like. It's an Asian RPG. So it's very frustrating with stances. So. It will be fun. The problem is I'm very prone to switching stuff. And you don't need to be switching in that game. Because the first boss is really a skill check. The major boss. Anyways, till tomorrow. Busy week ahead. I don't know. I have to work in, but I'll have the Fallout 7 and 8 review. The reason I'm lumping them together is that reason. If I sound exhausted, I am. Long day, but I was up earlier. So, I will catch people tomorrow.